Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Winnipeg by Night, episode 31, Stage Fright. When last we left off, Adder had confronted Omen. But what exactly he knew? You see, it's kind of strange when in an underground facility in a hospital for a man and his dog to wander in the basement, throw a hand grenade, and after the explosion, it manifests a tall, highly educated, extremely muscular, and angry black Bruja, who is looking at you in utter confusion as to how he got there, which has prompted a lot of questions from Adder. Omen, of course, was the individual who was crawling around in the sewers, unaware of what was going on just beyond the sewer walls, until he was made manifest, damn near buried alive at the moment, and after crumbling through the dust and rubble, having seen the aftermath of what seemed to be a very large explosion in a very contained room, remains of God knows what about, and his coterie mate suddenly manifesting. It's amazing how little things with pins bring everyone together. But Omen has now divulged some interesting tidbits to Adder, as Adder has begun his questioning, has received his answers. And so we cut into that scene in the Coterie Haven, allowing the Coterie a moment of reprieve and reflection before moving on.
Yeah. Feel kind of betrayed, not gonna lie. And don't really know how to handle that. Kind
Right.
of thinking your sire was dead for a good long while just to find out, hey, you're still alive. Well, alive is a lot quicker can be.
Yeah.
You're just actually doing some secret shit on the side. Yeah.
That's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever
Yeah.
him and Metis are doing, they thought it was best not to bring me into the loop. So,
Well, obviously, because you're the anarch out of the two of them, out of the three of you.
I guess at this point,
Which is very, very odd in and of itself, because Bruja,
yeah.
I suppose I'm not thoroughly surprised, given Dufresne's court was made up of a bunch of maniacs with fists to throw.
Yeah. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise. I just don't. After all these years of being a group, thought it would actually meant something. Guess loyalty ain't what's cut out to be.
No, I would beg to differ, actually, that your sire has proven that he is loyal beyond a shadow of a doubt to the court of the Winnipeg Camarilla. So perhaps he is an icon of loyalty. But at the same time, loyal to you maybe have never been a priority, where it was the reverse for you. Because from based on your upbringing, you had basically the rich kids upbringing in the Winnipeg court, in that you got to ignore everything.
Yeah, just trying to keep my head low for the most part.
Your sire had a lot of a hand to do with that, I'm sure, because
More than likely.
you never ended up in the mosh pit, which is where most neonates and fledglings go.
Yeah, we were mostly cleaning up areas.
Okay, so it's safe to assume that he's in league with Telly, then?
Maybe.
Because they're playing for the same team, I guess, now.
Potentially.
You said the first stage of
So,
all of this was to get Styx out of the way. But
yeah.
I saw her interacting with Telly, so she's in league with them. So she's in on this whole thing of her getting wiped off the board.
Mm.
She was in on the fact that she had to be removed.
Yeah.
Okay. She gets removed, makes room for the Camarilla to start coming in. The only real way to do so safely is through the railway. So how much connection do they have with the Hakata? And how much are we fucked as a result?
That's a good point.
We could question Azura, but she's probably going to give us a roundabout answer, which could tell us more than not actually asking her. Because there's truths embedded in lies and lies embedded in truths. It's just a matter of weeding out what you can and what you can do with it. Kind of what I intend to do in informing Matthias about all of this. Because we're on his side.
Obviously.
Great.
The other thought that I had in regards to that, on top of informing Matthias, because he's our Baron, is seeing how much of that I can slip into the rumor mill, if it hasn't been already, and and kind of gauging what the other two Barons' thoughts on that are. From afar, not directly. I don't have to get directly involved with them.
Yeah, because you getting directly involved has always worked out so well.
It always has. I'm still alive,
Yes,
alright?
Mr. I'm going to get caught underneath the health center.
Look,
Yeah.
it's just because I was having a rough day trying to wiggle out of that thing's grip. I got bad days sometimes.
Oh,
Just glad you got out.
Yeah, me too.
That makes three of us.
So, after I have informed Matthias, plan is to talk to Preacher, because I know Preacher has his fingers in a lot of pies too, so maybe that's where
his fingers in.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I'm
what?
Catholic. Don't worry about it.
This was very rude.
Look,
Uh,
I'm just trying to
uh,
lighten the mood.
That
No,
reminds me. Tell Preacher sorry about his package, by the way.
Package?
Package.
Yeah.
I would. What? When?
That sounds like something that you should directly apologize for. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Get the conversation. He'll get the gist.
Are you too afraid to go and tell him face to face?
Rather not interact.
What do you have against him? He's a great guy.
He is still creepy. Like, I want to like him,
Then do.
but just like,
I don't understand what your hangups are. What?
Fine, I'll go.
I'm pretty sure you know my only hang up about it.
Well, the fact that he resides in a church is kind of off-putting to you. But
Yeah.
that's after chatting with Matthias.
Look, the same way that some of the things you do kind of makes you annoying and the things I do makes me kind of an asshole, some of the things he does just makes him kind of creepy.
He's
Yeah,
just
that's
very
the word.
affectionate. He's very protective of me.
Oh, he can be all those things and still be creepy. I'm not saying I dislike the man.
But Omen is giving a face like he does.
Smooth bastard.
All right.
That's like that.
So, I guess at this point, it's off to the races, then, it sounds like.
Oh, I would like to point out one thing since everything is escalated.
Mm-hmm.
In my backpack, I now carry the normal things plus a grenade of each. And in the truck, hidden in the toolbox, the Barrett is in 2 pieces and the Thumper with a little bit of ammo.
Okay.
Just in case.
All right. That is useful information to know if that truck ever catches fire. Good to know.
Very much.
Okay. I appreciate the fact you were telling me that there was a switch up to the loadout. But other than that, you still have your change of clothes.
Yeah.
When are you getting your new change of clothes, by the way? How many of those have you gone through this chronicle, at the very least?
I can stop at, like, Walmart or something.
Yeah.
Basically, everything I own is in that truck. I don't have, like, I don't even
It
know
is
if
the
I've
Haven.
removed...
It is now a
It is
slightly
my
dented haven due to food currently hitting the back of the truck, right on the truck bed ledge. Side.
That is what I've set that truck up to be. That is how Colton has survived in Canada up until this point. That is his haven.
Yeah. So, off to... Oh, go ahead.
No, he was just going to ask anybody coming with.
Leave you alone with the Baron? No, I'm going.
I've had conversations with him alone plenty of times.
Yeah, the last time I had to help get a body. So I think I'm going to be there for the beginning this time.
Might as well tag along. Plus, I'm curious if Fumiko will still up this time.
And look at it this way. If we keep Omen with us, he can't almost start another war. for trying to kill the Baron.
He can't get in
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get in trouble that often.
Everybody's just going to slowly turn and look at him, including the dog.
That's
Omen.
Beefsteak.
Omen. My dear, educated and intelligent professor of a man. You have done more for this. You have done more for this domain to cause chaos than I have. And I'm a snake. I don't need to do anything because you do it for me. I just have to watch you, and people start to question one way or another what the right side of things are because you toss something in to get them to question. And I just have to watch.
We're not even going to bring up the homeless population.
What population?
How'd you bring that shit up?
I mean, I suppose that's one way to get their numbers down, take their clothes so they freeze to death at night. But
Which is real fucked up if you ask me.
Right? How could you do that, Omen? It's so cruel.
Wait,
Okay, some people didn't want to be homeless any damn way.
this is Canada. We only get 2 months of summer, if that, and it only spikes to like 35 degrees Celsius?
I'll give you.
Don't have that problem.
Otherwise, we get like negative 40 degrees and plus wind chill out here in the height of winter.
I mean,
You stealing their clothes is probably the cruelest thing you could ever do to a homeless person because they already don't have a shelter.
you took what little they had left.
And I am.
back later and give them actual clothing. Don't worry.
The only way that you could possibly make this up is if you were to actually donate clothes back to this homeless population, my guy. You know, the moral equal.
And not just bloody clothing, probably torn up from, you losing your shit.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
He already
All
hates
right.
gangers, too.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You know, some days I end up wondering about Omen. But then I realize that Omen just makes Adder's job a lot easier. Omen, we appreciate you.
Mm.
But enough words from the peanut gallery. Here, we got a Baron to visit.
Yes.
So.
On my person is my knife, by the way.
Good. Do I need to worry about anybody else's change in armament or any status changes that might be relevant to the upcoming scene?
Ruby now has a gun and a knife, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but are they gotta declare it here at this point, right?
She's leaving the gun in whatever vehicle she's going to be arriving in, but keeping the knife on her.
Guess I won't bring the sword, but I am taking drumsticks. And I ain't talking about chicken.
He's doing this to me on purpose. I'm just letting everybody know. For the record, he's just doing this to me on purpose.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him. Omen strikes me as a flats kind of man, so.
Dude, I am hankering for Popeyes now. God damn it.
Well,
Thanks. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Real Louisiana cooking.
Hate you, Volvo. Motherfucker. All right. Back to bringing it more serious, but I appreciate the laugh very much so. The RBC Convention Center. Now a hubbub or a hustle and bustle of activity, from concerts to social gatherings of the elite. From anything from your typical weeb gathering, also known as anime conventions, to art galas and oil barons of sands and other assortments will end up gathering here in order to discuss various things going about, with only the finest of catering, cutlery, and drinks brought on by the rolling bars that they hoist around from location to location. A practical hubbub of influence and sensibilities that reflect Winnipeg's ever-changing nature. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. So saith Baron Matthias, who has taken this on as his primary meeting spot. Oftentimes, his meetings come with the need to end up finding information, trading with the kind. It's said very frequently that Baron Matthias's power comes from the kind primarily, while he has his heavy hitters like Fumiko in order to enact any kindred required violence. The wondrous Japanese La Sombra is far from it the only ace up of this tricky Baron's sleeve. It takes a moment, Adder, Ruby, Omen, and Colton, for you to end up gathering. The maitre d', who has addressed you on several occasions, still recovering from his previous excursion. For those who might recall, he didn't fare too well from the last situation. Is currently here waiting outside of a particular door facing the main hall of the upper deck. The second floor over here viewing the first. Blue lights now fill the room. White sheets adorn all the chairs and tables, the finest cutlery placed, and white vases with faux crystalline flowers reflect almost like tiny little disco balls, the blue lights that have filled this entire place. You can see a table set for what could easily be 400 or 500 people in this room. It is larger than a football field. And there you see him. He is sitting there but not in a chair. He's sitting on his heels, kneeling in front of the window. You can almost see his reflection. His eyes are closed, but he's listening. As you step forward, just revealing line of sight, you can see beside him, in the exact same kneeling position, is Fumiko. He and her, in almost synchronized movements, reach to the ground to end up showcasing a pair of swords. You're very familiar with this one, Colton and Omen, the one that Fumiko uses primarily in her hunts. But there is another that is an exact replica that Matthias is currently reaching. There is something ceremonial, practiced, almost like a dance, as they end up lowering their heads, and you're not sure what to end up making about this. And perhaps you can interrupt, perhaps you don't. But as you observe this, it becomes more and more clear that this is some form of ritual, for lack of a better term. If no one interrupts, they both eventually hear their stand in unison as though they are literally of one mind. So perfectly in sync, it's mildly terrifying. Synchronized swimmers don't do it this well. And eventually turn to each other and offer a little bound. Eventually, Fumiko ends up there sliding her own katana and scabbard near into her belt before taking hold of the sword that's within Matthias's hands. Her dark hair, contrasted with the white kimono, makes for a very stark appearance, almost like a ghost. As Matthias is still dressed in his more typical outlandish suit. Blue for the occasion, blue suit on, with all the frills one would expect. Gold glittering in the blue light for the cufflinks and tie strap. Before he looks to the four of you. And the menagerie. Bonnoir, bonnoir. Comment ça va?
A little underdressed for the occasion. What's the occasion?
Nothing to concern yourself with. Me and I was simply preparing, bringing myself in ease of mind. Some donors from Alberta. There is much more of a headache with the kind situation. Requires tensions easing, and I am trying to end up reaching out to the kindred amongst Ontario, specifically Toronto and Ottawa, in hopes to end up leveraging favor, to end up giving ourselves more of an advantage. The same old story. Those rulers far away, detached from the peasants. But that is not why you are here, no?
No, it's more of a, chat in private because we bring news sort of a deal.
He looks to Fumiko. My beauty, my belle, my everything. Please, if you could wait outside. I wish to give Monsieur Ratter a chance to speak. Besides, I'm sure nothing untoward will happen. He looks across, looking at you with a distinct understanding of the numbers advantage, leaving himself open. But maybe he relishes that. His number's really enough to handle Baron Matthias. Or is the presumption that he is weak because he uses the kind as his primary mode of power? Letting you observe the obvious and assume wrongly. Eventually, Fumiko steps out with both blades, closing the door. I apologize. I would offer you a drink, but it is unfortunately not a good time for me to be able to offer such hospitality at this exact moment.
It's not necessary, even.
Even if I knew you were coming, I would have placed forward refreshment. It's the least I can end up doing.
Well,
Hey, Derek,
Go ahead, Omen.
Since the unseen, is this suit warded as well?
Is this suit warded as well? Give me a roll. You can definitely tell it's definitely magic in some way. But is it warded against what you think? That's the question. Which is going to be probably an intelligence occult.
Let's see.
Knowing Matthias, it might just be a suit of Billy.
There it was. Yeah, I'm aroused for this.
Don't you rouse for every roll at this point? Like, it might as well be free 2 dice every single time. Yep, it's another free 2 dice. That is how you roll.
Every time.
Well, there has to be a counterpart to you, Derek.
Yeah, no kidding. Dude, I was excited as hell because I was rolling average yesterday. It's like, yes, average. I can roll a 10 on the D20.
Oh.
And then that nat 20.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of Bob the Caitiff. Well, I guess Bob the Caitiff's all right. Let's not eat him tonight. Huge win for Bob the Caitiff. Okay, 4 successes. It is a ward, but it is not a ward against kindred. It is a ward against ghouls.
Interesting.
Why do you find that interesting, Omen? Yes, it is a different style of ward, but why is that specifically interesting?
Because something must have definitely... So, he changed the warding. The warding's been changed. Because in the several other times I was here and we were with Matthias,
Yep.
His suits have been warded against kindred.
Yep.
But now it's switched to, more importantly, ghouls.
There is
So...
He is in a different suit. Similar in cut to a degree, but stylish, a little bit outlandish. The inner lining is filled with all kinds of pomp and circumstance, not your clean lining you would expect from a Ventru. You can really tell that he's pulling back as to not attract too much attention, despite his Toreador tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
But
he also said he had problems with kind of something.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, now, Omen. Heal one standard willpower. Very great observation.
And don't I remember something happening to his other suit that it got something on it one of the other times we were here? I don't remember if it was blood or something else. No, it was because he got hit by a damn bus.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I knew something ruined his other suit.
One of his other suits, did get ruined.
Sorry, I was just...
No,
I remember something.
It's good to remember. Remember, that's kind of the nature of these plots. It's trying to figure out all those little things and how they actually are trying to tell you something different.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I got what's happening.
Oh?
He had to talk to there was night previously where he had to talk to important people, and so I believe tonight or like the night prior to this one, which he has been sending letters out to Ontario on them. What if to talk in person, the people from Ontario sent their ghouls to talk in their stead?
Look at you go! Look at you go!
Yeah. That fucking right.
Okay. Okay, so you see, this is it. This is why Omen's here. Omen's picking up the pieces and figuring out what's not actually being said.
Okay, Omen is the brains. I am the brawn. Bad noises.
No, it's just working it out.
No, I know. I'm just joking.
Okay.
All
Don't sell yourself short, Colton.
Oh no, I'm definitely going to keep trying.
All right.
Continue, my bad.
Well, then we have news about some of the goings on in the domain as a whole, as the city, the whole city.
The whole of the city, truly.
Hmm.
Ada, you have never stopped to not impress.
What would you say to? We have strong evidence and such to that the Camarilla are back in the city currently right now.
That is a very strong accusation. Monsieur Adder, are you sure of this? I do not mean to question your capability, but to know that
I saw one of them with my own two eyes. In fact, we had met previously when they used to be the rulers here before your time.
Truly?
Veronica Telly.
Veronica Telly. I have heard mention of this name. A Toreador of repute. I am told that her smile is quite ghastly, as account that she had been carved like a turkey before arriving into her position. Truly, it is a shame to have heard that such a rose has wilted away. And yet, for her to be in the city, there must be more context to what you're saying, me?
I have reason to believe that they're slowly starting an invasion force.
An invasion?
They plan to come into the city and wreak havoc and or take power. And well, I thought that you, as Baron, should be informed.
You are right to inform me. Do you have any evidence that can be brought forth?
Well, I saw her at the medical center hospital the other night. Should be evidence there still of the grenade that went off in the basement.
I did hear something about unruliness within the hospital. My network had certainly told me something along those lines, but grenade. We have not had that kind of ordinance since the earliest of days. A Malkavian of ill repute. No offense, my dear Ruby, but the Camarilla all are within ill repute amongst the city, especially nowadays. He's rolling that around like as if it's not really a natural saying for him. Pardon. It is a questionable moment to end up wondering.
Also, I want to insight check him to see if he's coming across like he is surprised by the info or not?
Yep, by all means, roll me a wits insight. It's going to be a high difficulty. After all, we are tackling Matthias's specialty, right? He's a social vampire, so.
Can I assist or try as well?
You can try. You guys can try. You can't assist. Because in order to assist, you have to be in direct communication with each other. But that's going to be a little bit difficult if you're trying to hide the fact you're trying to incite him, right? So, at least one success, Omen is pretty close.
I'm just trying to...
That wasn't a caught roll from Omen.
Yeah, Omen hasn't rolled an insight yet.
Oh, okay. No,
I'm going to willpower that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, insight.
Is everybody happy with those numbers?
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that?
I could roll more if I wanted to.
So let me go down the track. Adder, he seems to be genuine. Ruby? Yeah, he seems to be genuine. Maybe laying it on for natural dramatic purposes because Toreador. Right? Colton? He's a posh prick. Of course he's gonna lay into it. You're surprised he hasn't brought out a fainting couch at this point. Right? Omen. He's surprised about something. But maybe he's laying it on a little thick. Maybe there's something in all of this information he actually did know. Or something that he's not, and you guys have now confirmed for him. And you can see it, because he's currently going through the motions, trying to figure out, okay, if that's true, what does that impact? As far as my plans and plans for the city. You can see it. As a well-educated man of fair stature yourself, you can tell when he's buying time to work through the situation. Much like your ST does quite frequently.
So, Baron, how much do you know about Veronica Telly and her reputation?
What is there to know? A rose whose thorns were bigger than her petals. A pretender to end up with gaining power to masquerade the hideousness that was her face. If she was some beauty in life, in death, she is a failed experiment. Best to be tossed to the dogs more than anything.
And she would rip your throat out for that comment alone.
I have heard of her brutality, not just with her tongue, but of her capabilities.
Yeah,
I was told she was particularly good with a knife. He looks to you, Adder. You almost get this accusing tone. Adder, is there something you want to tell us?
No. I kind of brush off the sort of accusatory look about him. Well, she got up to the rank of Harpy for good reason. She was definitely brutal with both tongue and with whatever weapon she could find. As with most of the court of the Winnipeg Camarilla, wasn't a one that survived that didn't have some kind of physical prowess to defend themselves. Prince Dufresne demanded it of all her subjects, pretty much. Survival of the fittest.
The brutality of the Camarilla knows no bounds. It is no surprise, especially under a gangrel prince, that they would all have that moment to end up being more barbaric. We amongst the Anarchs have chosen a different path. And in that different path we are discovering our relation with not only our natures, but the nature of the world.
Well, I think Baron Styx had a change of heart.
I imagine when it was blown out of her chest.
No. When she set up the airport to blow up and cause her own death to be questioned, she's in league with Telly. I witnessed a conversation of theirs.
How do you know?
Styx is alive and well, and was in on her own death.
To what end?
Probably to cause confusion. If she's off the board, then her people are free to do about as they please, as is the Anarch way. And then, in the chaos, the Camarilla swoop in and establish order. Stage 1 has already been completed, and Stage 2 is well on its way.
Stage 2.
It's all left up to Karma now.
All up to Karma. Say this name.
The name I'm not familiar with. And I'm familiar with a lot of names in the old Camarilla court.
True. But you are not familiar with Montreal.
What does Montreal have to do with it?
Montreal was a bastion of the Sabbat.
So I've heard.
The Camarilla has been at war with the Sabbat for centuries. For hundreds of years. The Camarilla, the Sabbat, have feuded. Each one vying for power and territory, while the Anarch movement stayed primarily within the Camarilla in hiding, in preparing, until we all seize the moment together across the world, creating several Anarch free states. But there were those who were at war. Karma, a kindred who stops and thinks about it. A kindred who was meant for infiltration and preparation to end up taking an entire city.
And if they're here with that job in mind,
The question then becomes, how would they do it? What could possibly give them leverage to end up taking an entire city? How does it fall into the plans of Baron Styx, if your proclamation is true? I am taking you at your word, Monsieur Ada, but of course, we all know the nature of rumor.
that is my job. is to inform about rumors.
And it is my job to try and confirm. But I appreciate where to direct the eye. So,
To beware of a kindred called Inky. Bruja is working with them.
I was told he was Nosferatu.
So was I.
He sits there, pauses. Maybe after a moment, I understand. I appreciate the information. I will reach out to those who I need to prepare for my events for this evening. I will send Clarence to end up finding you and to discuss what is to come.
I did have a question for you, though. What do you know of a kindred named Duncern? Hakata.
Ah, the bastard bankers of the Giovanni. Yes, I am familiar with this name. Bastards and inbred swine, the lot of them. Pestilent, well, pardon, I was about to use colorful language. Suffice it to say, I do not end up caring for them in the least. When I was coming up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When I was first introduced into this life, I have met with the Hekata. The first dealings I made was with a dancer. Earlier on, promised me much to end up easing. I needed a friend, you see. Needed a friend, indeed. And then, as I ended up suckling the sweet milk offered to me, and that of roses and honey, luxury, to make this life a little bit more better. I found what the cost was, and I was also realizing on how quickly that spoiled. The honey had grown sour. And in the end, it came down to three things, and always three things. Power, money, and death. They may pretend to be more avant-garde, more luxurious, perhaps more mysterious. Perhaps they end up placating you into the mysteries of the beyond. But in truth, they're corpse fuckers. They are unworthy of existence. Bleeding. Fledglings and neonates drive in order to end up using them for a quick buck. Like their whore mothers. They end up having a moment where they end up saying, oh, look at how we can assist. Closest assist they have is the cyst they put in your ass. Needs to be lanced and bled, much like the rest of their bloodline. Because that's all they bring, is pus, an infection,
So if I wanted to have leverage over, say, Abram's Duncern, because he's here in the city assisting us with the railroads, but I want the ability to oust him should something need to be excised, like you said.
Oh, you're fucking with the Giovanni. Okay.
He looks over to Omen, but doesn't say anything.
Yep. Side glance over at Omen.
You're fucking with the Giovanni.
Let's just say an opportunity landed in one of our laps and we didn't think clearly. So I'm trying to right the wrongs.
Roll me a charisma and subterfuge, Adder.
Oh,
Is while you are trying to right the ship, you're also trying not to throw Omen under the bus. So you're not quite telling the truth, but the sentiment is true.
Okay.
Can I offer an assist in that?
Yes, because you did pipe up. Well,
and I'm also going to rouse for it because charisma's not my strongest suit.
I'll allow everybody to assist, except for Omen, because fuck Omen, who got us into this situation, and everybody's staring at him right now, so you can go get fucked.
Colton can't help because he's literally staring at Omen, so.
Just kind of looking at him like, the fuck did you do?
So I'm getting an assist from Ruby and from Colton?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's plus 4?
That's why you bring her along.
This is why I bring her along.
Okay,
and I
that's
am
3.
Spending a willpower.
Okay.
Ooh, that's 5.
Ooh.
5. Abrams Dunson. I do not know this name.
We may have an in with his buddy Cajun, who's strangely quiet amongst the two of them, mostly because Duncern stapled his mouth shut permanently. But we may have a friend amongst the two of them.
Careful, you can never have a friend amongst the Hekata.
Maybe not a friend. Maybe that's putting it strongly. But an in, nonetheless.
Into your asshole. That is how they operate. Do not allow sympathy. Never allow. They will see it as weakness and they will prey upon it. Do you really think that this Cajun is really the sympathetic figure? Or do you think that he is the bait in order to open up your heartstrings?
Maybe both.
If he is the one I suspect, then it would not matter if he is both. He serves his purpose. I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Adder.
If they are a problem, they can be removed.
The Dunsons, perhaps. But they have the backing of the Giovanni. They work in bed together, kissing cousins. That may prove difficult. However,
more of a keep in line is what I was aiming for.
For the time being, at least.
I think I know.
I'm all ears.
At this exact moment, if I understand the situation correctly, you mentioned something of trains, right?
Yes, the train yard, the shipping station that we originally found Inky in to be honest, but we managed to wrangle that in ourselves, only to accidentally hand it over to Dunsern.
Accident. Well, if it is under
A
your
lapse in
keeping,
judgment.
it is under your keeping. You belong to me. I am your Baron. I am also a gracious host. Baron Matthias is a gracious host.
Indeed.
And you have a problem with these corpse fuckers who have decided to end up infesting the rail yard you have taken. So they are now using my domain as a fucking litter box. Well, if that is the case, and they wish to end up reducing it to a shithole, corpses and debauchery, well, why spoil the fun? Do any of you have experience in explosives?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm going to suggest that you end up getting to just outside the perimeter. We can delay a train, bring it into the yard. I will need the schedules for when they are here coming in. And I will need you to end up there planting explosives upon it. Make sure that they go off when they enter the yard. This will appear to be another attack and an attack upon ourselves. It will also be an attack upon the Giovanni. This will not occupy any of the other barons, but will end up serving as a point of failure. This will give you the ability to end up coming down upon them for their own ineptitude. The bomb must go off the moment that the train enters the station, and not before. Not before they have a chance to check, not before they have a chance to react. Who knows what ghosts they have haunting the place, letting them know every little thing that is within the trains. So it has to go off the moment it enters the yard. It has to appear as though it were an attack from outside the city. That will give you enough leverage to end up rendering assistance. And perhaps you're lucky and it will end up killing both this Cajun and Abrams in the same go. Do a better job of it than Styx.
Understood. Pretty sure we can make that happen, right, fellas?
Oh yeah.
Breathe
You
a word
can probably
of
get
this.
Cole really does those things.
We can get it done.
Breathe a word of this to no one. It cannot be known outside of this room. If it is, it will come down on your heads, it will come down on my heads, and at that point we are all expendable, all culpable.
It will go to my grave with me.
I would hope so, monsieur. I am curious. I am very curious to see what becomes of it after the fact. I have never asked you for anything at this point.
You've never needed to.
Don't make it a habit. As I said, I will end up having our dear Clarence interact with you after the fact. I wish to end up making it very clear. If you wish to end up having them remain within your domain, they are your responsibility. But I will not tolerate them compromising what little we have.
That's my whole aim, is I don't want them compromising us. Not when the Camarilla are so close at our door.
That is the nature. That is the nature of Giovanni. This Hecata. This clan of death. Disgusting things. Do not be fooled by their attempts at elegance or an attempt to end up pretending to end up being above their station. In the end, they are all thugs and miscreants. Degenerate to the core who breed with their own grandmothers. Never forget what they are. Never let them live it down. They will hide it. They will mask what their true intent is. They are not Anarch. They have never joined the Anarch movement. They have no interest in it. They are their own device. They will help so long as it benefits them. The moment that they see a fatter pig to fuck, then they will slaughter their current lover and move on. Do not get in bed with the Giovanni. Pardon.
Your words of wisdom are appreciated, Baron. Should you need to know anything about the old Camarilla, simply let me know, and I will provide you what I can.
This Baron, or this Telly, Baron, do I need to be concerned with her?
Yes. She's dangerous.
How much of a threat? What must I expect?
She's powerful so long as people believe her.
Difficult to say. Camarilla working within the Anarch movement, I don't see that very much strength. Do you?
But where she may lack currently, she is building up strength and building up allies. And if she has allies in this city right now, I can't confirm that aside from Styx.
She's also hungry. She wants something.
Ambitious, always has been.
Well,
Might be able to use that as bait if you can figure it out.
Monsieur, I appreciate these. There is something to it, though. And here this evening has completely disrupted my call. Why is that your fault? I was having a moment, enjoying the finer details of life with dear Fumiko. And then I have to hear about the corpse fuckers for the next little bit. It has been a jarring hour.
Something else I'll note is she is acting, Veronica Telly, she is acting a little outside of the character I used to know. She wasn't particularly interested in the medical facilities prior to now. So there's something strange going on as far as as far as her desires going forward. Still trying to figure it out because it's strange even to me.
Well, who was responsible for it before? Who laid claim to the hospital?
That's just it. Prior to that, I don't recall.
Somebody must have taken it. It is a hospital. There is blood, there is corpses, there is money, there is influence, there's the medical board, God knows what they're brewing in the labs. There is so much to work within a hospital. I never made the move.
I don't recall who's had it before her now, or before we as Anarchs took over the city. I don't recall any of that. And I have a fairly good memory.
Why didn't I?
Something weird's going on.
Yeah, and as soon as he starts asking a question, he stops mid-question. What is going on at the Health Science Center? Do none of you know?
I might have a clue. We were there on a personal matter, only to discover that Telly and Styx were harvesting organs. Non-essential organs, not enough to kill a person, but enough to harvest them for some reason. I didn't get a chance to find out where they were being stored or find out what purpose they were for. But I know they were harvesting organs from people. The patients there. They would perform these operations and then scrub the record. So these people are going to wake up one day and be missing a kidney, realize they need a kidney transplant, and they only have one. Eventually down the line. That the one kidney they have, and the other one disappeared somewhere.
And the details would be lost to time.
It would.
Makes me wonder. Not much we can do about it at this exact moment, but I wish for you to end up remembering this little conversation of ours. It would seem to me that we have an unknown player on the board. One we have not accounted for. Do you have any suspicions at all?
Our house?
Your house. What are you talking about, Monsieur Adler?
I'm not making it up. Our house, I think, sits atop the former domain of a sleeping kindred.
And said kindred is, for lack of a better term, haunting the house. I myself got pulled underneath it.
Pulled underneath it? It
underneath the
risen
basement.
itself, grabbed you, pulled you into the earth.
No. I got pulled under it through the basement floor.
Through the
The
basement.
cement. Yes, through the cement. Don't know how. It just. One moment I'm standing there, the next moment I'm under cement.
Upon
had-
challenging shatter the concrete, there were a bunch of skeletons and a bulldozer.
A bulldozer.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, allow me to see if I understand this. The basement of your house, at this point, apparently has an oral fetish for whatever you put within its mouth, and is so hungry it will eat a fucking bulldozer.
Exactly.
I have a feeling that it was more that the bulldozer and people that were trying to change the landscape and its domain, it didn't like that.
This
It
house
also
is
has a
hundreds of years
penchant.
old, too.
It also has a penchant for controlling animals around it.
So far, it's been harmless. Mostly.
Harmless.
Oh,
You're welcome to come and visit, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend you go more than 2 steps into the basement. As a point of personal caution.
A point of personal caution.
does this look familiar to you? So, out of character.
Okay.
I forgot I've been had that letter on me from the Ordo Dracul.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I believe it was for Matthias at one point, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Do you remember the details of the letter?
I just had that up too. Crap.
Was it an invitation of some kind?
It was an invitation.
Yeah, it was an invitation for something.
An invitation to. I believe it was an invitation to a meeting.
No, I haven't. Matthias invited the Order to come and speak with him about 50-ish years ago.
Yep.
And that's the most I have on it.
Okay. Matthias invited them over.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, do you remember where you got that letter on?
That came from the house itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's okay. I'm trying to help you put the pieces together.
Can I say something?
Sure, Colton.
Wasn't it in response to something about your sire's death?
Hmm?
Trying to jog that memory.
Yes.
Came in the form of a different messenger that we weren't really expecting. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So what's going on, Omen?
Hmm.
Come on. Let me help you out. Think about the timeline. That was about 50 years ago, right?
50 years ago.
How long has Winnipeg been an anarch-free state? Well, an anarch-free province at this point? Yes, I'm aware Winnipeg is a city, not a province, but we're going with it. They're allowed to call a city a state in... we're going to go with it.
Yes. The Winnipeg court only took off like 10 or so years ago.
Yep.
10 or so.
Okay, so that puts this
That was
before that. Yeah.
Conversation was before.
So Matthias was here during the Camarilla occupation.
No, not necessarily.
Or was invited here during that.
Is the letter to Matthias inviting the Order Dracul, or is it the Order Dracul inviting Matthias?
I don't
The
remember.
Order of Dracul would be inviting Matthias.
Oh, stop smiling, Ruby. Start figuring it out. Come on, you're that close.
What was
if
the
it's
Order of
not either
Dracul
way?
again? Was that that was some kind of church thing, or was that some kind of Sabbat thing?
It was a spot thing. It was
So he was
a
Sabbat.
spot pack that defected and joined the cam, according to the notes I've got.
So
What if it's not
he got
one
invited to
inviting
be
the other?
Sabbat.
What? Hang on. Small train of thought here. What if it's not one inviting the other? What if Matthias was in the order? And they got invited to the order itself got invited to the city.
What was Matthias talking about when he mentioned Sabbat?
That they've been at war with the Camarilla for decades, centuries.
Where was he mentioning it? Where was that?
Montreal.
Ontario.
Montreal.
Oh, Montreal.
Montreal.
Sorry,
Yeah.
wrong Canadian city.
It's okay. So he's out from Quebec, Montreal. And he's out that way. Who else is out from that way? Come on, man. It literally, this individual made their reputation out there.
Louis.
No. Louis made his reputation in Winnipeg.
Oh.
Who was meant to
Dunford
take?
one of the ones?
No. Who was meant to take Montreal? Who was the Camarilla agent who was meant to take Montreal? Who is currently in Winnipeg right now?
Kelly.
Karma.
Yeah. Karma.
We were just talking about that, right? Okay, so let's put some pieces together. The invite. The Order Dracul. A previous Sabbat here pack, now here turned Camarilla. Right?
Yeah.
Is located in Winnipeg. Formerly of here Montreal. Montreal had a fight with the Camarilla. The Camarilla had an agent named Karma. Right? So, now, why did the house have the letter?
It had to have been. Is the fucking house Karma?
Not quite, but close.
I'm guessing the thing in the house was part of the order. And those Karma. And Matthias, by name. They were all three in it, by my guess.
Not far off. Not far off. If Karma, what was Karma hunting?
Wasn't Karma hunting the
Anything non-cam?
Yeah.
In Montreal, specifically Sabbat. Right? What is the Order Dracul?
The Sabbat order. Former Sabbat order.
Which puts them
in Karma's line of fire.
There we go. So why is Matthias in Winnipeg?
To be in Karma's line of fire?
To get out of the Karma's line of fire. Karma was If Karma's going apeshit in Montreal, right? He fled to
Yeah.
get out. In which case, that implies something about Matthias.
He escaped Montreal.
And why was he in Montreal?
Because he was Sabat.
But
Mm.
And if he
showing
was,
him that letter might not have been a good thing.
so as he looks at it, it's okay. He's looking at it. And he kind of frowns. What? Why do you have this? This is from that house.
Yes.
What?
Something the matter?
Mm.
No. Everything's fine.
I want to insight that.
Oh, I won't even. He's rattled. He's rattled. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. It is very clear this man is not comfortable at this point. Something the board has shifted in a way that he didn't see. There, you, the train to catch.
Indeed.
Get the Duncerns under control. Get the Giovanni under control.
Yes, sir.
As far as this haunted house, don't concern yourself too much with it, though I may step by for a visit, only to confirm what it is you speak.
Just let us know. We're always happy to have visitors.
Let's just say I don't make it a habit of leaving my little slice of heaven. Still, Fumiko will show you out. Unless there is business we have to discuss further.
I don't have anything more. I've got what I came for.
I don't have anything.
Very well then. Be well. Have a seat. I think
Pleasure doing
that
business with you.
I think that is where we're going to take a little break. Be right back. And we're back. Sorry about the wait, everybody. Hope that you all ended up having a fantastic time. Welcome back to Winnipeg by Night, episode 31, Stage Fright. The church at this point stands a little darker this evening. Lack of a moonlight perfectly foreshadows the thing inside. A creature only known as Preacher, Adder's sire, member of the ministry. This bastard of a preacher has very much set roots into the anarch movement, while many considered him unbound, expecting his childer to end up remaining the same. His childer took a liking to Baron Matthias, so now Adder comes home. It would seem that when you look at it, the lights are on, and perhaps he's in the middle of a sermon, as you can end up hearing them speaking. Adder, tonight you end up arriving at the front doorsteps with Omen, as Ruby and Colton are off to their own devices this evening. So, with that in mind, I imagine... How does Adder end up dealing with this situation? Hearing his sire's voice on the other side of the closed door, knowing that tonight's evening session is well underway. In fact, well past hours.
So try to be a little quiet, Omen. I don't really want to disturb him while he's in the middle of a,
Man, he sure is going.
He's passionate. I'll give him that. I was a bit surprised that you volunteered to go with me. Sure you don't want to stay out here before you burn up in the presence of the Holy Father?
If that was the case, I would have burned up a long time ago.
Just be kind of quiet. And I'm going to quietly open the front door and make my way into the back row of the sanctuary.
And what about Omen? What is Omen thinking at this point? Hearing this literally through the walls.
This man is truly bringing down the house and raising the Holy Spirit. Because if I can hear him through these fucking walls and doors, things is fucking jumping.
Maybe there's a little bit of that old Southern comfort feel here, but the topics, as he ends up beginning, he is at this point quoting scripture. When Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he was seized with remorse and returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders. I have sinned, he said, for I have betrayed innocent blood. What is that to us? They replied. That is your responsibility. To think on that, my friends, those who have joined me in this congregation, to end up keeping our minds to that. What is it to betray? And what is the price for said betrayal? Oh, they end up often saying, here is your 30 pieces of silver, Judas. Well, that was not the price. That was not the price for his loyalty. No, it was the price to have him betray. But there's always an upkeep. There is always an addition. And what was it? A man so bereft of his responsibility, he had ended up finding only sweet release when the branch did not give way. God's mercy was to keep the oak strong, that it may hold the rope, that his neck would end up being swayed by and given sweet release. Many of you end up wondering, what was my price? What is that thing that ends up haunting you? I'll tell you now. A thing that haunts you is your own soul. There's a thing inside all of us, hearing the Lord. And the truth is that each and every one of us knows God. After all, we are of his children, and this is of his design. Do you think any less of Judas? Think of the role of Judas. A man who was created in God's image, to betray God, to end up placing him in the hands of the Romans, to be crucified. He looks to the statue behind him, pointing. And yet, if not for the actions of Judas, would any of us be saved today? Leads you to wonder. God had a plan. Sacrificed his own beloved son for the sakes of your souls. And yet, he loved Judas. That's right. He loved Judas. Why? Because he had built this man in his image. Judas had a divine mandate that he must end up taking on the sin, just as Jesus had. Jesus takes on your sins. And Judas did no less, and paid the price with his own life. But I'll tell you, at this point in time, my brothers and sisters, Judas still walks among you. He looks at you at her for a brief moment. And I'd be proud to shake his hand, knowing that even though it cost him his life, his dignity, even his place in our history, he did God's work, enabling Christ's sacrifice. That is the nature of betrayal. Another macroscopic cog in a catastrophic plan to end up uplifting us from our decadence. We ask forgiveness, Lord. But you knew us before we were born, what we would do. And so there must be some good, even in the most foulest of deeds. For if it is God's will, then how can it be that of evil? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take ourselves a little bit of a recess. Stretch our legs, end up standing up. And give thanks. Amen. After a moment, the congregation starts to pile out, many of them talking, debating kind of curious, strange interpretation of the King James Bible as he quoted Matthew 27:3-4. And yet, as he ends up starting to observe them all, he goes to that small side office that he ends up taking in. He adjusts his spectacles, his hat, the garments of a pastor of old times, leaving the door cracked just enough for you two to follow.
I make my way, kind of saying hi to a few people before making my way towards the office with Omen in tow. What you think of the sermon, Omen?
I've always found you to be interesting topic. Hmm. Kind of rings home currently. It's home.
Could have been God's will that those are words that you needed to hear. Maybe me.
Maybe. Either way, it makes you think. So.
The whole idea. And I knock on the door before prying it open to lead myself and Omen inside.
Well, you know you're more than welcome in here, Adder. You end up seeing at that point he seems to be closing some kind of cupboard quickly beforehand.
I'm a little nosy. What's
Roll me a quick
behind the cupboard?
Roll me a quick wits awareness, and we're gonna make that. Let's make that a difficulty 4 because you did come in last minute, and I don't think you were rushing in. So
Nah.
you had enough time to hide something.
I do have a sight specialty for awareness.
Then that'll definitely apply.
Oh, there's 4.
There's somebody small inside there. You didn't quite catch a glimpse, but you're pretty sure you saw a hand. That was tucking in there.
Interrupting something?
He turns to you quick. Nah, not at all. My child, I am simply wondering what ends up bringing you and your big friend along.
Well, I've learned some things over the last few weeks, and I thought you should be aware at the very least.
I appreciate that. We have a few things to discuss.
You remember Veronica Telly, right?
How can I forget? She been after my head for quite a number of nights. Almost miss it, you know. That foul little minx of a temptress, you know. And oh, she was tempting, I'm not gonna lie.
She's in town.
Are you trying to hook me up? I've made my vows.
Well, I thought maybe that you should be aware that she's in town because she's kind of meddling in things.
What kind of meddling? He pulls his glasses down, and Omen, this is the first time you've seen his eyes, and his eyes are slits. Complete viper eyes. Yellow. Black. cracking red veins coming out of the side of them. The eyes of the devil.
Meddling in the Health Science Center.
Really now.
Which I always thought, which I think is a little bit of an out of character sort of
Not
interest of
usually
hers.
hers. Yeah, she's always loved the upscale pomp and circumstance. Honestly, I would have expected her to end taking the convention center right out from under Matthias the second she walked into town. Or at least a museum. Come on. Something with some class. Didn't seem to be the type to be wearing scrubs. What is going on?
I saw her wearing scrubs. She said hi.
Did she? Oh, that is... Somebody getting hot for nurse, I see.
He's harvesting organs from patients. I thought was a little odd. That wasn't her MO.
No. Usually she lacks everything on tap. You know, I still remember hearing stories about how she'd bring her own kegs to Elysium just to end up showcasing the performance on how people would drag straight razors down their arm in order to fill her goblets. Never did she run dry. Though maybe a few passed out in the attempt to appease her just to be slaughtered like animals and discarded because, well, they couldn't keep up with the demand. So, well, definitely one for the life. So why the hospital?
That's a good question. One I intend to answer. Because it's odd. It's
Not her MO.
no. But I don't recall whose.
That's not a unusual thing. How is it?
It's only been 10 years since they left.
Has it now? He smiles a little bit.
Yeah, it's only been that long. They fucked off. Went to the States.
Camarilla fucked off. Telly? Yeah, she did. Sorry, thought you were talking about somebody else.
Who do you think I was talking about?
And that's that. He says, and you feel like you just blinked for a moment. Except, Omen, you realize that the clock has jumped ahead by 3 minutes. Oh, you back with me now? Should we try that again?
What were we just talking about?
Dude,
Well,
you
were asking me on who I thought it was. And then when I told you, so there we go. And you realize you lost another 2 minutes.
The fuck?
I'm gonna pull out a piece of paper. I know this, pretty sure I know this isn't common, but could you write down who you think it is?
You're not fucking with my head, are you?
Not me. Alright, you want to see something funny? Here's what's gonna happen. He's gonna take that pen, he's gonna write it down. He's gonna cover his hand, and then he's gonna slide it to Omen, but then he's just gonna lift it so only Omen can see. And as soon as Omen starts reading, he just blanks. Cute trick, isn't it?
The fuck?
This is what I've tried to tell you 3 times now. Well, 8 times now. But I can't tell you because you just forget. He's not going to remember anything that we're talking right now. If you want, you can suck his dick. He wouldn't even know.
No thanks.
Not into dock meat. Got it. Anyway.
But why?
Because the point is no one's supposed to know. And if... Ada, what would you do if no one could ever mention your name? What would you do if the second that somebody brought you up, the conversation was forgotten? Well, how do you get people to forget, but know that you can always get in touch with them?
I don't know.
Wouldn't you park yourself in the one place everybody would eventually poke their nose? So that you can always make sure that they forget. Watch this. He covers the paper, crumbles it up, and in a few seconds, Omen, you're back. You immediately come in, but you know nothing about the conversation that happened the moment you could read that paper. You can't even remember what the paper said. All you know is he lifted his hand and then 2 minutes passed by.
What the fuck? 2 minutes passed again. What the fuck is going on?
We've been experiencing the same thing with a friend of ours who also has a very similar sort of can make you forget sort of thing.
What happened?
Yeah. Except,
It's okay, Omen.
Except this one is every time it's brought up. You can talk about not knowing who it is, but even if you know, you can't mention it, so maybe these people are just going to forget the conversation.
Would have the kind of power to do that to us.
I can think of a handful, but I can tell you right now they're old. They've been at this a long time.
Like Clay's?
Clay's might be a... Clay's is a good example of it. I wouldn't put it outside, but this is built on some kind of trigger. Not sure on how it works.
Insidious.
It's an expert. Worst part is, no one remembers when they met this individual.
Was this individual the person who was in charge of the Health Science Center before the Anarchs?
Way before.
Because I don't recall who that was.
Nor should you. I think that's kind of the point. Even if you knew, even if you could utter the name, what do you think happens?
Your memory gets clouded.
And anybody they talk with, the only thing I know for certain is you talk with them, and you talked with them. Even if you don't remember. I have a distinct advantage in that regard. I didn't go poking my nose in. But every time you find somebody who can't remember, that's telling you something, isn't it?
This is widespread.
And how do you get it to be widespread?
Talk to everyone.
That's a little tricky, isn't it? Yes, who's gonna say they're actually going to a hospital and not give somebody the idea that maybe that's free pickings? You all avoided it, like everybody else, because you just presumed it was already taken, but for some odd reason you never considered who it was, right?
Yeah.
But you know it's taken. It's obvious that it's taken. Well, if you don't know, then you're gonna find out. And then you're gonna meet them, and then you're gonna end up in the situation that you and your big friend here find in. On and on it goes. And you can get away with just about everything, because no one can talk about you.
Well, I know who it's not. It's not Styx.
Is correct.
Because I can talk about Styx and nothing happens.
Good play. Good play. So it's somebody we haven't been able to talk about. Notice, I can give you the answer, and you're gonna forget it, so it ain't gonna do me a lick of good telling you the answer.
Yeah. A puzzle. A puzzle to remember the thing you forgot. Or continue to forget.
Problem is, the further you dig, the more you're gonna forget, the more you leave yourself open. You know, I'm told that no sense me putting that kind of nonsense in your head. I'm just here to end up helping you out a little bit.
Well, I'm here to help you out in every way that I can. And that's includes as giving you the information I have when I have it.
But you got a friend. Got a friend who you might be able to end up talking with.
What friend is that?
You said you had somebody who does a similar thing.
Yeah.
But you remember the name?
Yeah.
I don't know. Think they might know something. Then again, maybe it's outside of the league.
He's a baby, so I would.
Oh.
His knowledge, even about the most basic of things, is a little underdeveloped. We're still working on that.
Look at you being all the proud papa. He's growing up so fast.
I wouldn't necessarily count myself as his sire.
Well, lucky to have you guiding the way. After all, God does love his shepherds.
And the sheep the sheep they tend.
Amen. What about you, big man? Anything else I need to end up addressing between you and my childer?
Nah, I think we're good.
Sure. We can help you with.
Uh,
Well, he was telling me that the sermon you were putting on was ringing a little true to home.
Omen side glances to you.
You got a copy
He
of
just
the
smiles
good.
big.
You got a copy of the good book, my dear Omen.
Yeah. Haven't opened it up in a bit though.
What do you read? King James, New International Version. What do you read? What do you read?
It was King James at one point.
Was the King James. I'm pretty sure that don't change with time.
Yeah. People keep coming out with new editions, so I just stuck with that.
So, whether you believe or not, you'll always find parallels. Nature of a good story is that you're able to pass it down. There's always a kernel of truth in it all. And yet, really all stories are is a mirror. What we pick up is what's already inside us. That's the beauty of the stories within. You can believe that God actually did rest on the seventh day, snapped his fingers for the rest, and let there be light, and all that. You might believe that. Others might be so asinine as to end up believing that we came out of some kind of primordial ooze. And maybe that's true. God's long-term plan. But what is true is that, in the end, these stories stuck around with us because they resonated with us. Why they do that? Call it something about the human condition, call that the soul, whatever you need to. But you gotta recognize that there is something, maybe vibrations in the air, something about those stories that vibrates in us and then reflects it back. What would you call that kind of power, Mr. Omen? What would you call that?
That one's definitely higher power or godly.
Have you
Definitely godly.
Go ahead.
Definitely higher in power. Definitely a godly power at that point.
If God made us in his own image, we are dealing with reflections and stories that might get you closer to understanding God now, wouldn't it? Not to say you can know all, be all knowing, but might give you a little bit of insight, a little bit of calm in the storm. That's why I always end up trying my best to end up offering the best I can to the sheep. After all, like I said, God loves a shepherd.
Fair enough.
Now, that being said, is there anything else I can do for you two gentlemen?
No, I think I'm settled.
I never actually cared to ask this question to most people. What do you know of Stelios?
Stelios. Oh. Now there's a name to know. Stelios. He rolls his eyes back, those horrible eyes. Kinsley, a individual who is very much well, I'll be honest with you, If we could have taken him into our clan, we damn well should have. God hates wasted opportunities. Once a member of the Camarilla, now gone independent. No one knows for sure what end up going is. What is, though, Bruja very much wants to end up trying to find a way to shift the rafters. See, the
Do you
fact
think
of
he
the
ever truly went independent, or is he still very much affiliated with the Cam?
no. I think that died when his first set of children were mass executed by Dufresne. Yeah. Bruja, who ended up deciding to end up going up, tried to end up coming up as Primogen. Didn't work out for him too well. Cost him and his whole damn line, had to start again. I think at that point was the first time I saw the seed planted. Then Bruja do what Bruja must. There is an issue. They say he broke him in ways that people shouldn't be broken. Turned him cold, cynical, introspective, very, very smart. See, for him, he ended up coming up in Dufresne's world. Kill or be killed. Find your way up the ladder by end up showcasing how mean and vicious and how much of a son of a bitch you can be.
Yep.
That takes a toll on a man when it costs him his child. He places his hand on Ada's shoulder at that moment. The loss of a child. He traces his finger along Ada's jaw. Make a man do anything. That is your investment. That is the closest thing to a true lineage that you will ever know in the realm of the damned. And you only know you succeeded when they can then rival you. That's... Many lament that inevitability. Me, I view it as a celebration. Very, very few child ever get the opportunity to measure up to their sire. I consider it very much a point of pride to know that my lineage would end up measuring up and me to my sire. So, Holman, tell me, what do you think it does to a man when all 5 of their child sent to the ash heap to start again?
5.
All right.
Think that might change a man.
Were they killed by the mosh pit?
Dufresne.
Personally?
By her own call. Dirty deed was near done en masse. At the end of it, he was left with no child in this city. Had to start a no child left. He fled this city.
You're sure about that?
Sure enough to know that when he ended up coming back, he came back with something else. Didn't he, Omen?
Adder looks over to Omen.
Yeah, that was around the time we. Right. Never knew he had 5 that got ashed. Trying to remember when we first got here, what was it? I can only remember me and Metis.
And you never asked what happened before then? You think that he just poof appeared, embraced you, and that was it? Him and you in the Camarilla court?
It never occurred to me.
You never asked where he came from before you met him?
I asked at one point. He kind of brushed it off. Traveling.
Doesn't this qualify as something they call motive?
Definitely. This is one hell of a motive.
So his 5 child are getting canned by Dufresne, directly or indirectly, would be reason enough for him to go independent.
Fun part about independent, you can take it out on whoever. See, nice part is that if somebody decide to, I don't know, jump ship and end up declaring themselves big anarchy, now down with the Camarilla. Well, nice part about independency, you don't give 2 fucks about what side they're fighting for now. They never ended up leaving your target. See, here's the thing that people don't understand about Winnipeg. It is old wounds festering, going gangrenous. And it's just gonna get worse from here. Because it's sins that go all the way back to Judas that are coming back to haunt us. So then I gotta have you ask, what side you really on? Do you think that this has ever been about Baron? So you think it might be about something bigger? You're on the side of the angels now. God's chosen predator, once heard a priest say. Or are you something more debased? Getting right down to reality. I do love that tale. But never be sad I haven't been tempted to end up seeing how I look in wings.
All I know for certain is I ain't letting the cam come back.
And you seem to end up having a little bit of a shared road now, don't you? You and Mr. Kinsley seem to be kin with 2 different makers. brother from another mother. If I were, what do they call it? Bitch made?
I don't know that that's the term. But what do I know?
Yeah, that's one of them. I hope you wouldn't put it like that though.
Anything else I can do for you two?
Nope. I'm good.
Well,
Thanks for the info.
no problem.
Take care of yourself here.
He reaches into one of the drawers at the desk at the office, pulls it out, and flings it over to Omen. And Omen, if you catch it and take a look, it is one of those tiny pocket Bibles. Yeah, New Testament of King James.
Oh,
Nice
thanks.
little red book with one of those faux gold trims along the pages. You know, even got a
Yeah,
tiny
that's
little
cool.
divider, right? Always good to end up
Oh,
keeping a
wow.
matchbook.
Yeah, thanks.
Take care of yourself, okay, preacher?
Sure thing. Do me a favor, shut the door when you leave. I gotta end up taking a minute before I have to get back to the evening sermon.
Right. And Adder's going to usher Omen out and close the door behind him as he leaves Preacher's office.
Wait a moment. Do you just leave immediately?
I mingle a little bit, but that's it.
Okay, roll me a resolve awareness, actually.
Resolve and awareness. Is this based
And
off sight?
no, this is based off of hearing. Omen, you can make the same roll. Resolve awareness.
Oh. Oh, that's a messy crit. That's one I can't fix either.
Yep,
Six
that
on a
that
messy-
that is that is
on a
6.
messy crit.
Okay. And that is a 4. So you both hear this. Excuse me, I got a cat who is currently. What the heck are you doing?
Trying to climb too high. Yep.
You hear it. Sound of a cupboard opening behind the door. Sound of tiny feet. Mademoiselle, I'm sorry to end up hearing that you were having to stay in there, but it is not safe for you to be out on your lonesome right now. I know. Hey, don't you worry, none. Gotta end up near dealing with a whole bunch of issues right now, but you don't have to worry your pretty little head. We're gonna end up getting you out here just when the situation calms down. After all, they ain't ever gonna hurt you again. Did you have to? Did you have to? Yeah, I'm sorry you had to end up seeing that. But, honestly, what's a spinal column removed between friends? I think, Adder, you are going to be under the paranoia compulsion. Because I think there might be some things there where you're wondering. And I'm sure you can run wild with that, your imagination using that.
Yep. Oh, is this a childer? Do I need to be jealous? Am I jealous?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm
Are you?
jealous. I think Adder would be jealous if Preacher took on another childer without talking to Adder about it at least first. He's apparently done something for her. Oh, now his mind is just racing as to what this could mean.
Yeah.
He
What?
doesn't feel safe in his church, where he normally feels safe.
Yeah, imagine not, especially as the rest of the congregation all look to you, Adder. All those faces that you tap for a vein once in a while, or hear a story, or hear a murmur of what's going on. Now they're all seeing you. Maybe it's just because you're one of those faces that they get to see all too frequently, and maybe just surprised to see you here tonight. Or maybe they all know what's going on. They just won't tell you. See them, almost 100 prying eyes, all staring at you coming out the door, listening in, each one in judgment, each one going. Maybe for a brief moment you feel as Judas did, standing amongst the rest of the disciples, realizing that he indeed was the one for a few silver to end up selling out Jesus. You feel that, the damnation, the condemnation in the eyes, following you as you start to exit out the building. They belong to Preacher, not you. What do you think they'll tell? What do you think? They're all observing every little motion you're going to end up doing, Adder. What are you going to do?
If he could breathe, he'd be like anxiety, panic breathing right now. But he kind of looks like he kind of has that face on him as they exit out the door, kind of hurriedly.
Oh, when you end up seeing her moving at a pretty brisk pace, what are you doing?
Wait until we get outside the church. Hey, man, are you all right?
Too many eyes. Too many eyes looking at me.
That's never really been a problem for you before.
No, it's it's fine. It's just let's just go.
Okay.
Maybe the sermon was hitting a little too close to home there for a moment.
Yeah, that sermon was pretty intense. Remember to manually breathe. It might help you.
So is what Preacher said about Stelios true? He went independent and brought you along to Winnipeg.
Yeah, we were traveling for a bit. Decided to go up to see what Winnipeg was about. Didn't really question it too much at the time.
As a
But
man of your intelligence, you didn't think to question anything? No, I take that
I
back.
mean,
I understand why you didn't. Because you love the man, right?
yeah, I mean, he's definitely changed at this point, but the way Preacher was describing him wasn't Stelios at the time. There was at least some humanity there. He wasn't as jaded. He was still a jackass at times, but
Are you sure you're not just looking back at the past with rose-colored glasses because you still have those strong childer feelings for the man. Like, it's the same kind of it feels like love, right? You'd do anything
Yeah,
for him.
definitely back then. Now, not so much. Definitely, almost like I don't know him at all anymore. I think
So
I
if
need to.
so if Stelios came back with you and Metis, and then now goes by Inky and has rejoined the Camarilla, is is that what I'm understanding about your sire right now, Omen?
Guess that would survive it currently. But I'm still not too sure. If Why would you go back to the Camarilla though if all five of your childhood were wiped out? That would put a major chip on your shoulder. Why still be Cam at that point?
If I know Bruja, like I know Bruja, then it doesn't really matter too much how long it goes. If you believe in something, you believe in something. You can pretend that you don't believe in the thing you believe in for a while, but ultimately, the question really is did Stelios ever believe in the Camarilla, and did he ever believe in it strong enough to do anything for them?
Guess that's the question I need to figure out.
Can you ever truly? Is he ever going to truly be honest with you anymore? Was he ever truly honest with you in the beginning? You can't trust that
Um,
man.
I honestly don't know. But there's nothing to a failure if you don't try.
How can you trust someone when they've betrayed you?
At this point, it's more dating than anything.
Why wouldn't he tell me? Why would he keep it a secret?
Fear, shame, seeking retention.
You have no idea how much I want to march back in there and just question him. But at the same time, what would he think of me? Be some upstart kid, maybe might punish me.
I assume you saw something that you probably shouldn't have.
Nope. Am I a disappointment?
I don't think so.
I don't
The
know
only
anymore.
thing, at least from my standpoint, if you don't get an answer, it's usually because you don't ask. Or either that or they don't want to involve you in something.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just none of my business. Maybe I'm just making something out of nothing. Let's just get out of here. I'm not gonna get anything done just by doing nothing. We got a train to catch.
Adder walks away. Ready to end up doing what needs to be done. But Omen, maybe for a brief moment as you see Adder storm off, you look behind you to see that dark steeple piercing a light-polluted, overclouded sky. City lights dancing on the clouds above, hiding away the stars and moon, drowning them out where they might be able to peek through, instead giving it a sense of the sky being on fire, leaving only the silhouette of the cross standing above them all, like hell itself is coming. After all, there's not a doubt in your mind that the devil lives in that church. You saw it in his eyes. And if that is the devil you were just talking to, what the fuck is it that's walking away from you right now? The thing you've called Coterie member. Is that really a vampire anymore? Or is it something worse? Just a thought. Maybe it's just a jarring discussion to be had. You're not the only ones who are currently out and about. So let's jump to our other two, shall we? Trying to get to the Health Science Center.
No, we actually sprung them, didn't we?
Let me think on that. Wow, I feel like I might have missed a beat. Because I'm pretty sure you promised that you could end up doing, but I'm not sure. I don't recall if you sprung it.
Because we dropped him off and then met up at the house with
Right.
Well,
Nope. That is understandable. Okay.
because like I negotiated
Nope.
basically at gunpoint. Like, we can get him out now, right? And you
Okay.
gave me like a hellacious bonus to the roll.
Yeah. All right. Let's go with it. You know what? If I screwed it up, you know what? Congratulations. Here's a retcon that works in your favor. Okay.
Ooh.
Simplifies. No, it just simplifies things, and So, let's start off with there. So, where would I find Marv at this point? Where? I'm going to give the place to you. What do you think we would find Marv at?
He's probably at his place.
Where is this place? Where would I find that? What is it? Apartment?
It would be his
small house? Big
small
house?
Yeah, he was never a rich man. It was a small house where him and his family lived. Last time I was there, he still hadn't changed anything from when, like his daughter's room. Doesn't even sleep in his bedroom. He sleeps on the couch. Kind of a deal. The rest of it very much looks like a bachelor's pad, but the bedroom's kind of a shrine.
I can see it. Imagine the grass is overgrown. That maybe it had that nice little planter, like small little trim garden out front just before a small piece of lawn that was out front. All of it overgrown, the stone falling out of the freaking garden bed, flower bed that's out front, leaving it almost like a small piece of urban decay left alone. Then again, he's been out of it for a while now and ever spiraling. Pretty sure, given what Marv's been going through, especially between the nervous breakdown and the fact that he and you together have a lot of blood on your hands, mostly involving a bunch of punk kids, including not one, but two that got turned, starting to jack cars, things going south, getting hit across, or things crossed up with Mangle, causing a whole disturbance. Turns out to be some kind of feud amongst a coterie that was going sideways, and he got caught up in the middle of it. Cost him his wife and kid, and he's been on a vengeance kick ever since. And now that he'd been hospitalized trying to get help, now betrayed by the very same system that is now currently removed a few of his organs for God knows what purpose. You got him out. At this point, the man is on a steady diet of painkillers and booze to end up trying to drown it out because he is not happy. He is not happy with you. He is not happy with anybody at this point, and God knows what kind of situation he is going to have. Let me ask, given Marv's general violent demeanor, is it outside of the notion to end up considering that this man may have a firearm or two inside the house?
I would assume so. At least something to bludgeon with. I don't know how readily access you have firearms in.
Grandpa's old shotgun can always be grandfathered in, so it's not out of the question. Definitely had that ring of maybe a guy who ended up coming in from the farm when he was a kid, moved in and tried to end up being the big city here boy, and never quite fit. But then again, that also explains the dive bar he currently works alongside and right along with his beer vendor here service that's just adjacent, so that's not out of the question. But you end up managing to end up getting there. Ruby, you are following behind. You kind of overlook this place, and yeah, it's a bit of a shithole. Probably near Maryland. Yeah, that old motel that was seedy as fuck. And let's be honest here, half the customers around the block are just there for the beer store, and the other half are slinging meth. So not exactly the kind of neighborhood you want to end up staying in for long, but hey, it's home.
Interesting part of town.
It didn't always look like this.
Nothing ever has always looked like anything.
I don't know how twitchy he's going to be, so stay behind me.
Stay behind you. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm the squishy one here. In more ways than one.
And Colton's going to poke himself. I'm not so squishy anymore. He's just going to smile.
I'm going to cut your hands off if you don't quit trying to poke your rib.
Hey, it's all better now. You can watch poke.
No, thank you.
Yeah, after damn near being hollowed out due to a white phosphorus grenade, yeah, I imagine so. Most kindred would have been excised on the spot, but thankfully stupid levels of fortitude do amount to you just being almost ashed, 3/4 ashed, but not ashed enough.
You know the saying, if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough.
And thankfully they don't make them much tougher than you.
Yep.
You, good sir, are quite literally the wall.
Well, let's go see how he's doing.
So, get along, wall. Let's go.
I'm going to get out, let Earl out, and start walking up.
And sure enough, Earl knows exactly where you are. That dog knows exactly where this is. And as per tradition, he ends up rushing ahead. You hear him barking, Ruby. Colton, you know exactly what he's saying. Beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beer, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick.
I'm guessing Marv feeds into his addictions quite a bit, judging by how he's acting.
He used to a lot. It was more his daughter that's the one that got him hooked on the Slim Jims.
Beef stick, beef
That's all
stick, beef
kids
stick, beef
do.
stick, beer. Woof woof.
And I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna knock on the door or ring the doorbell or whatever.
All right. You wait a while. About a minute goes by. Not much of an answer. Two minutes go by. And then you hear something. Stepping that's walking towards the door. When he walks to the door, you see him. He looks out the window, pulls the curtain to the side, you can see him. He unlocks the front. Takes him a second. Before he ends up opening the door, you see him leaning, his bandages exposed. He's got no shirt on. It's just badly done bandages. Clearly, he had tried to end up changing it himself. Leaning on an antique 410 shotgun, using it more like a crutch than anything else. You know, one of those old long barrel guns, despite the fact it's mostly birdshot.
Yeah, Marv, we gotta get you cleaned up.
You can smell it, though. You can smell it. Maybe you popped a stitch or something, but you can smell it. Vitae. It smells angry. It smells full of rage and passion, and that is the good shit. That is the kind of stuff that makes you feel invincible. That is the kind of stuff that would make you tear a man's spine out and beat him to death with it. That's the good shit, Colton. That's the good stuff, Ruby. It's just been marinating here in its own misery, ruminating, thinking, and just spiraling, developing into its own fermentation to perfection. You can smell it through the bandages.
Maybe we should help you rewrap those.
Yeah, let's get you cleaned up, Marv.
What are you doing here, Colton? What are you doing here?
Came to check on you.
He stares at you for a moment. Maybe there's a thought of you realizing he might lift that gun and just pull the trigger out of spite. Maybe he'd be justified in doing it, given the fact that this man is now missing some internal organs. He's thinking.
I just looked down at the shotgun. Shooting me will make you feel better. You might as well try it.
You ain't worth the fucking shell. He starts to walk in. When he walks, it's more of a hobble. Like I said, this man is actually using this shotgun effectively as a crutch. trying to end up leaning on the hull, maybe holding onto the handrails near the stairs as he walks past, trying to get into the kitchen. The kitchen's a goddamn mess. You end up seeing it. You can smell the mold. He hasn't cleaned up. He hasn't done anything. Just sitting there in the dark. His own filth. All that's left is a freaking first aid kit that's been popped open. You can look at the chair and you can see the blood stain where he's been sitting, dried up and redded out, left to fester. You can smell lips. You can see the flies buzzing near the sink.
Colton, I believe you have a first aid kit out in the truck, don't you?
Yeah. Would you mind grabbing it so I can talk to him?
You
for a
grab
minute?
it, I'll see about getting him cleaned up. I'll get him settled and you can make sure everything's there.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm quite sure. It's not me he's pissed at.
Yeah.
And she'll go in and see about getting him into a better chair.
Yeah, best of luck on that. The better chair is currently halfway through the gyprock wall that is currently going through the, well, if you peek around the corner, you realize it's poking out the mirror of the bathroom on the other side of the wall. Kind of look at it. Almost avant-garde with the chairs, the top half of the chair through the wall and just kind of hanging there, being held up by gyprock. Yeah, I think you can imagine on when the exact moment was he popped a stitch.
Oh, good to know you still have some strength. And she's gonna start undoing some of the bandages.
Okay, I'm going to have you roll me a charisma persuasion because he is just as likely to shoot you because remember, you were in the truck when you delivered him. So I would like to end up seeing, are you able to end up kind of finessing your way into making him hit, kind of calm the fuck down?
7 dice. 7 dice, please.
2 successes. You comfortable with that result, or are you going to leave it to chance?
I'm willpowering it.
You're willpowering it? Okay.
That's
Success.
better.
4 successes. Okay. Ruby, you end up seeing him. He tries to relax, but he is clearly not comfortable with you changing his bandages. Look, you actually see, 3 stitches have popped out of like the 40 in his back. You take a closer look. When you pull them aside, all the old dried blood, you can smell it though. You can smell it. It's almost like it's smelling like as if it's ready to go bad at a moment's notice. Really, should you end up leaving him like this? Why let it waste? He's dying anyway. He's good as dead. Come on. He's right there in your hands.
Not going that far, not yet.
Oh, what do you mean yet?
Plans.
You plan to eat him, so why the hell are you waiting? What, you think that the absence makes the heart grow fonder? You think that's how this works, you stupid bint? Come on, he's right there. Eat him.
Fuck off.
You...
Instead, she's getting up, going to the sink, and seeing if she can find a paper towel. At this point, she's not even looking for a rag. She's just kind of tearing off parts of her own shirt to run underneath the water to try and clean up some of the
yeah. the shirt that is attached to a walking corpse. Clearly, that's going to be sterile. Best you
Better
can
than
think
probably
of.
what's on the cabinets.
Yeah. But let me just double check here. Yep, you're good. You're good. Okay. It's tempting though. But when you start to end up changing the bandages, trying to end up doing so, make me a intelligence medicine, please.
Oh boy, I'm going to rouse
Okay.
because that is not the best roll for me. Fuck.
Well, congratulations. That is 6 successes on a crit.
Yeah. Because it is Marv and because it is, Colton's touchstone, I am going to re-roll that 110.
Yeah, sure. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? It rolls another 10, and you still have that bestial crit? Come on, let's go for broke.
Yep. Hey, there we go.
4 successes. Okay, no bestial crit. Went from 6 to 4, but at least you're now in full control. Ruby, as you start to clean the wound, you start to notice something. Something in the wound. Maybe you're worried it was infested with maggots or something, but no, it's not quite that. It's muscle tissue, which wouldn't be unusual if it wasn't for the fact that it's healed. Like, the only thing cut right now is skin.
That's concerning. But she isn't going to mention it to him. She's going to wait till Colton gets in and tell him about it.
Yeah, I would just grab it and come back in when I.
Colton, when you end up coming back in, your Earl is following behind. Beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick. And as the dog follows you in, you end up seeing Ruby currently paused. Marv is shirtless with his beer gut hanging out, hanging on to that 410 shotgun as he leans on it. Meanwhile, Ruby has stopped, apparently catching an eye on something, inspecting his wounds, as she's trying to rewrap him with pieces of her own articles of clothing. Didn't realize how good he looked in fishnet.
Oh
I'll
no,
open up.
she was using the clothing to clean the wound until Colton got back into fresh bandages.
Yeah, I'll open up and
Fair
slide
enough.
it back. How you doing, Marv? I know, stupid question, but I gotta ask it.
For whose sake?
I didn't just pretend to care.
You sure about that?
I wouldn't have raised the hell I did to get you out of that place if I didn't care.
I think you would have raised the hell of your place if you'd end up keeping your conscience clean.
My conscience isn't clean.
Yeah, well, you end up making a promise to me. Then you asked me to break it. Then you asked me to get help, and that immediately put me into a form of, personal hell. And now,
I didn't know about that.
yeah, I didn't know what the fuck you were.
And yet here we all are.
We both learned an uncomfortable truth. I'm sorry that they did that to you. I would have never done it if I knew.
If you knew. We almost done here. It shouts at you, Ruby.
Do you want it done right, or do you want it done hastily like you had it?
You can fuck right off. You see him reach for what appears to be a glass of whiskey. Colton, you can see that maybe 2 dead flies are currently in it. He doesn't care. He just tries to shoot it back. You see him
I'm going to try to
choke.
grab it from him. No, don't do that while you're injured like that. It's not good.
Do I look like I care at what you think at this exact moment in time? He looks at your hand holding onto his wrist.
I just want you to be better, brother. That's it. I didn't want to see you ending up gone after all of this. If we would have went into that place, I might have made it out. I don't think you would have. That's almost guaranteed.
You gonna let go of my wrist now and let a man drink?
No, not that. And I'm going to take the glass out of his hand. There's shit floating in it, anyways. And he's going to go into the first aid kit, and there's some fresh spirits in there, some high proof, clear stuff. Probably not what he likes, but I'm going to go over and rinse the glass out and pour him a double.
Okay, so you're gonna rinse the glass out. You're taking it to the sink.
Yeah.
Colton, roll me a wits investigation real quick.
Okay.
That is more than enough. Colton, you see it. As you're about to rinse out the glass, you see it right on the side of the sink under all these pots and pans and what looks like really moldy glasses filled with stuff. You see it. Rid of caked gore underneath it, coating the inside of the sink. You're not much of an investigator, but you kind of look about and you see it all tossed in there. Kind of lift up maybe one of the pans to look inside, and you can see it. It is just a splatter. Vomit, but not. It is entirely red.
Is this like when we try to eat?
Seems similar.
I'm gonna look down at it. Marv, there's a lot of blood here. Have you been puking it up?
Yeah, well, I'll be right as rain as soon as I get my drink.
You think so? I'll walk over and I'll pour him a drink because I want to watch this, see what happens.
He grabs hold of it, shoots it back, gives it a bit of a snort, and chews it back. God damn it, that shit sucks.
I got it because it's good at killing anything on what we need to disinfect, not because it tasted good. But at least there wasn't dead shit floating in it.
Fuck off. It's fine. It's fine. And you can see, like, he's definitely struggling with something.
If you can't hold it down, don't hold back. Something I learned over the years. She's gonna finish up and stand back up.
Do I look like the type who just can't hold a single shot? Come on.
No, but you are also injured and probably sick.
Yeah, no shit.
But then again, I'm no medical expert, so.
Good. Well, that explains a lot. Fuck, that hurts. Well, he immediately starts to end shuffling. What do you want? And then immediately his arm gets pushed up. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it, Earl. No, I don't have. You just see him like trying to shove his head underneath Marv's arm. You know, you hear him kind of panting. Colton, meanwhile, you end up hearing the ever-loving chant, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick, beef stick. Fuck.
I'm gonna reach into my backpack and hand him a beer and a beef stick. Hand him to Marv.
Safe to say, I think that dog missed you.
Dog's too dumb for its own good. Ain't that right, Earl? Beef stick, beef stick.
You know, I'll agree with you on that one. Though he does have his moments.
And he is currently just peeling open the Slim Jim. Sure enough, Earl jumps up on his lap, trying to end up pretending like he is a puppy as opposed to, a 90-pound canine. Causing
He's probably about the $1.40-ish.
Yeah, probably. It's as he starts to end up eating the Slim Jim. Plastic be damned. Because, that has never stopped Earl before. Why is it going to stop him now? Oh, fuck's sakes, dog. Eventually, there's a calming portion. And as you observe Colton. Alright, I need off, and I need to end up getting to the shitter.
Come on, Earl.
He jumps off. Starts to kind of end up walking around you, just doing that in circles thing. right? More like a high-speed vulture. Land vulture, if you will. As you end up seeing that Marv starts to go to the washroom.
Hey,
Cool.
Colt,
Something's not right with him.
you're telling me. How long has it been since he got that wound?
It's been a little over, like, probably a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tell me why it's looking like only the skin is cut and no deeper. Something like that doesn't heal that quickly. From at least from what I know.
I've never tried to eat since this, but when we try to eat stuff, do we throw up blood?
Mm, blood, ashes, a mess. I mean, you can try it if you want to find out.
You guys hear the sink running. Flush. A lot of noise coming out of the bathroom.
I'm gonna test it. And I'm gonna just take a swig of the whiskey and see what happens.
Okay. You do not have Blush of Life currently activated, correct?
Nope.
Alright, so here is the order of events. Very first thing, you are going to end up shooting that back, and you don't even taste the alcohol. It might have the equivalent of a quote unquote aftertaste, but the very first thing you do is you realize you are chugging down an ashtray. A liquid fucking ashtray. And almost as soon as you could swallow, you need to throw up. Your body needs to reject immediately.
I'll make it to a trash can or the sink if I can.
Yeah, you can definitely make it to the sink. I'm going to presume that you prepared for this to be an opportunity at that point.
Yeah.
But you immediately start to end up throwing up, and it is blood. It is ash. It is the remnants of whatever the hell you tried to put into your already atrophied stomach. Because you might remember at one point, Colton, it was described to you that while you may look all pale and plush, reality is your muscles, your internal organs, everything is atrophied. The older you get, the more it's closer to opening up a mummy carcass than it is actually opening up a live human being. Maybe with trace amounts of vitae and blood, but if we were to pull out the heart, for instance, we would realize what we're dealing with has more to do with a body's exhibit than it does an actual fresh corpse.
Okay. Well, that pretty much seals that. I want to do one more thing. I want to wait for Mark to come back out. And I'm going to use Sense the Beast.
Okay. All right. So, you use Sense the Beast. Would you do me a favor and roll me a check?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's resolve discipline, right?
That would be the case, yes. Okay. Ooh. There's success there. Okay, Colton, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a succeed at a cost. The cost is the situation is worse than I was currently playing it off as. So, whatever you think it is right now, it will be worse.
I have out of character ideas, but I'm trying to think of what Colton would think in character.
Well, I imagine that at this exact moment you're thinking probably Thin Blood. That would be the
No.
first thing you seem to be testing.
Well, I'm thinking that honestly where my head was at was um out of character. I remember that the Sanguine Inquisition was doing experiments on turning humans into vampires.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And where had he been?
Yep.
Yeah. That's where my head's at.
So, I'll tell you what. You can keep it at 1, try for the willpower, maybe get a second success if you think you can get something out of it. Or you can succeed at a cost. And I'm going to end up making this situation far more interesting for everybody. Your choice. I mean, after all, it's not like your succeed at a cost have ever irreconcilably changed the entire nature of this chronicle before, now has it?
Blow up one little airport and no, I'm just going to go. That's what Colton thinks, and he's going to go off of that. He can't confirm it because he doesn't really know that much. So it
Okay.
plays into the character.
Okay. Nope. All right. That is fine. Then you don't sense a beast at the very least. That's not what you're sensing. So what are you thinking?
Well, I don't.
Go ahead.
I can't tell whether or not he is, but like, so my head was either going towards since he healed like that, he's either been experimented on like that, or maybe he was ghouled a bit. I don't know.
Guess you're gonna have to figure that part out. There's a little mystery going on here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for Mark to come out. I'm just gonna go sit on the couch or something, and pet Earl.
Ruby's gonna be popping heightened senses.
Okay, Ruby, the very first thing that hits catching you is blood mold. Black mold. So thick you can end up choking on it. You can't stop hearing the buzzing of flies. You feel like the back of your skull is just tingling at this point just from the disgust. You want the small hairs on your back and arms to raise. If only you had that biological response still. Unfortunately, you're a corpse. You don't have that anymore. You can only feel emotionally. You know you are disgusted, but you become hyper aware of the fact that your body is not physically responding to, like, oh my god, I cringe at his bit. Your body just can't do that, and you're hyper aware of this. You can feel the mold growing in your pores. It is finding places to settle. You are pretty sure the flies at this point are trying to end up finding little holes like your ears and your nostrils to end up going up. In fact, because of the heightened senses, you are now hyper aware of that one fly who has managed to end up finding its way into your nasal cavity, which you've basically ignored because, again, you're a fucking corpse. You don't have the natural sneeze reflex that comes from things that are breathing.
She's trying to ignore all of it. There are 2 reasons why she is doing this in this environment, knowing the possibility of this happening. One is she knows if she uses a discipline around any mortal, they're going to get spooked by her.
Yep.
That is her bane. Secondly, hoping to use heightened senses to see if I can pick up on maybe his heart beating. Or maybe him breathing.
Okay. So just to be clear, if I'm reading the situation, you're doing this when he leaves the room, correct? So he doesn't.
I'm doing
he's
it
not going to be
back in.
Okay, but you're specifically doing it to avoid him. You don't want him to know that you're using the power because you know what your Bane's going to do, right?
No, I'm using it because of what the Bane is going to do. I'm going to see if he gets spooked.
Okay. Now, let's take a look here. Can you read the Bane's description exactly? I want to make sure that I'm doing this correct.
Whenever a Malkavian uses a disciplined power, mortals in close proximity, roughly in the same room or equivalent, are spooked, and any social interaction with them apart from intimidation suffers a dice penalty equal to the Malkavian's Bane severity.
Okay. Which for you is 2 at this point, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so the first thing you will notice is you can end up listening. He has a heartbeat. You definitely hear that. He's breathing. You definitely see that. You can smell it on his breath. This man is. You can almost see it. The stains in his teeth, the blood stains between them. He was definitely throwing up in the bathroom. But you can hear the heartbeat. You can see the rhythmic moving of his lungs. You can see the heartbeat is beating a little quicker when he looks in your general direction as he's trying to make his way back to a comfortable sitting position. But Ruby, I'm going to also ask you to roll me a wits investigation.
Okay. And you know what? I'm going to rouse for that.
Let's see it.
2.
You happy with that?
You know, I feel like fishing for a crit.
Okay.
I've got the dice to play with. Why not? Nope.
Fine. 2. But you are using heightened senses, so that does play
Yeah.
into it. Okay. Ruby, you look around and you're just. Something's off in this house. You don't know what exactly it is, but you do know one thing. As you're walking here through the house, you look at those stairs that Marv was leaning on. You look down the stairs into the dark basement. With heightened senses, you see it. Very, very briefly, you see it. Small figure. Just a little bit bigger than a toddler. With wide eyes looking at you. Just looking. And then, almost like a towel being struck with a baseball bat, just suddenly folded in half and pulled into the dark.
She's gonna go down the stairs, using her phone to light what she can't see herself.
Colton, what are you doing in the meantime as Ruby you are currently distracting Marv, if I recall. So, you and Earl. Earl is currently on your lap as Marv's just coming back. He's still using that 410 as a kind of crutch.
I'm just going to sit and talk to him.
About what? What is the conversation? What is it that you need to know? What is it that hasn't already been said? How do you convince this man that he even start to let his guard down again? After all, this man was not only denied his revenge, but also denied his life, his wife, his kid. It seems like the entire world is out to fuck him. So, why not?
Marv.
Yeah. Cole, what are you doing here?
I need you to get better.
Better. You think life gets any better at this point? Taking the small wins where you can. Trying to put it all back together best you can. Holding it together, looking at their portraits every night. Talking like you're hoping they'll ever come back.
I wish they could. I'd give up almost anything.
Looks at you when you say that. Yeah, I know. Almost anything. What is that almost? Where's that line drawn for you, Colton? Because that line's kind of very, very nebulous. Tell me, where is it? Where is that fucking line?
I don't even know. I want you to get better, though, for a reason.
What? So I can end up pretending to end up growing old there for you, and you can just laugh it up.
No. It's not for me.
You're a devil. I know that. So why is the devil?
Worst.
Why does the devil have sympathy for me? What you playing at?
I don't play.
Bullshit.
I wasn't joking when
you
I said
played
that.
me for years. You always like this since you got here.
Just because you didn't know exactly what I am doesn't change to what I cared about.
Bullshit.
What we did.
For once, I was just happy to end up running into somebody working their days and had late nights. Figured it would be nice to end up getting away from the standard drunkards. You know, you weren't getting schmammered every fucking night. Well, no, that's not what you ended up doing, right? You ended up doing something else.
Let me ask you something then. Everything that you're capable of now, does that negate any of the things you felt for them?
Don't push it, Hilton. Don't push it.
I'm simply putting a point. We both are capable of terrible things.
Yeah, you're trying to end up doing that holier than thou nonsense with me.
I'm not holier than thou.
Bullshit.
I'm worse than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, I can believe
and
that.
I don't want you to go down that path. No. I want you to get better because there's someone that really could use your help.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. You're right about at least that. Let's jump back to Ruby. Ruby, you go in with the light. This is a kind of partially furnished basement, like as if it was a project that stopped halfway. The light of your phone illuminates the whole thing. It's not a big basement, not a lot of headroom, but enough that someone your size can usually stand comfortably. Save for that one fucking vent, you know, the one that's forces you to duck your head low.
Oh, yes,
Still.
the Widowmaker.
Yeah, so, you come down here and you observe. You're looking in the dark, but you don't see anything at first. Just old drain pipes, old vents, some 2x4s put up, a partially finished wall. Looks like circuit breakers right over there. Looks like they were building a place to hide the hot water tank while also building a bar down here. Yeah, for special gatherings.
You don't have to hide from me. She's moving her phone around, trying to peer into the darkness more as she says it.
Roll me a charisma persuasion. We're looking for a difficulty of 4. That's 2.
Yeah, and that's gonna sit.
You're not going to willpower that?
If I do, I'm gonna aggravate it.
I'm simply leaving it at that.
Yep.
Okay. You get no response. You might be convincing, but then again, who knows what you're dealing with down here?
She's gonna switch to Sense the Unseen. Or, yeah, Sense the Unseen. Had a thought there that kind of made me think I missaid it.
Nope, it's alright. You look about. No magical aura. No wards. Strangely enough, no ghost. Usually they leave some kind of trace, some kind of thing. Here, no. It's just wood, drain, vent, electric box, water heater, a few 2x4s, and a finished wall.
Is there an opening to the vent?
Yeah, well, it's one of those. It's one of the actual ventilation shafts that you find in most houses, right? But there is an opening to it. There is a one of those tiny little floor grates hastily plugged into the side, like as if that was going to end up being appropriate. But then again, home renovations.
And it's not open, it's like screwed in and everything else?
It's screwed in, yep. But it is open.
Is it big enough I can stick my head in and look?
No, it is literally this big. Like it's literally one of those small floor grates that you would put in, except it's put into the side of one of those big vent shafts. You know, right inside the Widowmaker. But it is screwed in.
Wow. Look, I know I saw you. You don't have to be afraid of me. I can't do anything to you. Just curious about why you're here. if she gets no answer, she'll start heading back upstairs.
I'll tell you what. Give me one more persuasion. It's not gonna. It's gonna change its approach, but let's see if you can convince it one more. Because I'm kind of using the
believe
3 strikes you're out
yeah.
rule at this point.
Yeah. And I should be at a -2 penalty for this
Okay.
because of willpower.
DC 4, as I stated.
Yep. Nope.
Okay. There's a success. I'll tell you what. Give me. You know what? Let's do this. Succeed at cost. And you said specifically that you are using heightened senses and sense the unseen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will give it to you for 1 aggravated willpower damage and a compulsion of my choice.
Alright, I'll take it.
You'll take it?
Yep.
You hear a voice. Small at first. He needs to be okay. He needs to be okay.
He? You mean Marv?
You hear a second voice. Do you know him? How do you know my husband? You hear it a little bit louder now. Still quiet enough that maybe it doesn't quite reach outside the basement, but you definitely hear it.
Your husband.
Daddy? Where's Daddy? You're listening and you can see. Nothing. You hear it and you start following. You start following it. As you start to walk, you start walking, following the voice until you look. You look at the hole in the floor, the drain. Where's Daddy? I can't see Daddy.
He's just upstairs. I'm a friend of Colt's.
You see a small hand reaching out from the drain. Where's Daddy? It pats around like it's trying to feel.
She's gonna reach out and lightly touch the hand.
And at that point, I would like you to make me a strength and athletics.
Oh boy. 2.
You now know that your arm is not physically bigger than a drain. Because at that point you are being pulled downward. And you could feel your hand cracking. Something ripping, pulling. You are being pulled into the drain bit by bit in something that you are not meant to be to fit in. And you hear it you can feel it speaking through the pipe, holding on here to your hand as it ends up saying, "Let go of my husband. Stay away from my husband. Stay away from my husband." At this point, Colton, you hear Ruby. Ruby, at that point, I'm going to end up giving you an option. You can be free right now, or you can make another check. If you make another check and free, no problem. If otherwise, you're going to end up taking a second point of aggravated damage, as the first one is a point of aggravated damage. You basically stuck your hand in a garbage dispenser. Let's be real here. That's not a small cut you just heal from.
Yeah, no, I will be free right this second.
Okay.
It is better to take extra damage and have to, deal with my bad athletics rules.
And with that, you pull your hand out. Well, what's left of it? A couple stumps of bone and a single couple of joints with 2 fingers that don't quite work anymore. It's more of a slab of ground beef attached to loosely connected bone than it has anything to do with a hand. Pain as it is, you feel it. You step away from the drain. Daddy? Where's Daddy?
Jesus fucking... She's gonna
Ruby?
start heading back upstairs. Yeah, don't... Fucking hell. We have a problem.
What the fuck were you doing down there? You see him standing there. He racks the 410.
One step in between them.
What the fuck were you doing down there?
I saw something curious. Decided to investigate. You mind telling me what the fuck is living in your drain?
None of your fucking business. You get the fuck out of here.
What's going on, Marv?
He shoots a shell.
I'm gonna try to activate the take reduced damage.
All right. I'm thinking it's fair to say you saw this coming, so I'm not going to make you roll a reflex roll. This was proper. And given the fact that he is currently using birdshot, you are going to end up taking. Let's make it 4 points. How much? How much?
I think 4
you've
fortitude.
Okay, so that is literally going to reduce all of that birdshot shotgun damage down to 1 point of superficial fucking damage.
Again, wall.
I'm just going to look down and kind of like brush the pellets off. I'm going to ask again, Marv, what's going on, man?
Get the fuck out! He rocks another shell.
That's not going to do anything.
He points
What's
it to
wrong?
It's not to you. He points it
I'm standing in
Ruby.
between them, and I'm going to grab the barrel and put it into my chest.
Why the fuck are there 2 things down in your drain calling you their husband, their father?
Let go there, Colton. Let go.
What is she talking about? Why?
And she's gonna hold up the stump of her arm. Yeah, try to drag my ass in. I'm not going under her house again. No thank you. I want an explanation to this.
What are they down there? What's going on, man?
Get the fuck out. It's done nothing to do with you anymore.
You 2 are the closest, or you 3 are the closest thing to family I had.
Get the fuck out, Colton. And you're going to take another point of aggravated damage. It's birdshot. He's pulling the trigger, and you're assisting with his aim. So I don't think you can argue that one.
Aggravated or superficial?
Superficial. He literally...
yeah.
It's birdshot, and you're effectively made out of solid concrete.
Yeah.
Let's be fair here.
Yeah. Marv, what's going on?
Yeah. He is shutting down. Roll me a. God, what can you do? He's definitely not wanting. Like, he is screaming at you to get out of his house, and you guys do not give a fuck about his wishes. That is clear. You do not care about anything this man has to say.
Worried.
No. Let's be clear. I have to roll based on his perceptions, not your intentions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He has asked you to leave it alone. He's asked, what the fuck were you doing here? He's asked you to get out. You are refusing. He has gotten to the point where he is willing to shoot you, and you still won't listen. Right? Where does he escalate from here? And I want you to think about where he will escalate, because he will escalate.
Can I ask Ruby to leave?
He wants you both gone, so...
I know he does. Ruby.
Can I try one thing? I want to try and catch his eyes and use mesmerize.
Sure. Why not? Show me you being clever, Ruby.
She's gonna get his attention.
Not hard. He's looking at both of you, wanting to kill both. Well, wanting you both out. The problem is you two are already fucking dead, and one of you was damn near bulletproof.
Again, he's our favorite wall. I want you to calm down and give Colton the gun.
Okay. So, just to be clear, mesmerize doesn't change his emotional, but he will act calm.
Yep.
But that is not saying he is calm. There is a distinct difference between these two. Okay? Just to be clear on that.
Yep.
The second one is he's going in and giving up the gun.
Yep.
I will gladly end up giving this. However, the second he does that, he's outside of mesmerize, right? He's completed your task list.
Yep.
Colton,
just give me Colton that opening.
Releases the gun, letting you hang on to it by the barrel, takes a step back, and seems calm. For a grand total of maybe 3 seconds. You better take advantage of it.
I'm going to take the gun and kind of toss it behind me.
Okay, Ruby, you can catch it with your one good arm?
Yep.
I'm not sure. Catch it. Okay. Yeah, that smells like birdshot, and at this point, Colton, you're still, picking pellets out of what's left of your shirt.
Yeah, I like this shirt, too.
Yeah, well, at this point, it's got a nice little splash pattern on it.
Now I know how Luke Cage felt. Yeah. Marv, let Ruby do me a favor. Take her all outside.
You want me to call the other two?
No. Not yet.
Alright. She'll start heading out, calling Earl to go with her.
Alright. Colton, you are observing for a brief moment as Ruby goes out the front door along with your dog Earl, leaving you, and Ruby also leaves with the shotgun, I presume, taking that out of play. Meaning that Colton, you are currently cutting this man off from the rest of the house, and
tell me what's going on, Marv. What's wrong? What's going on?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I just stood in front of you and took 2 shots into the chest. What makes you think I wouldn't believe?
You said it yourself. What wouldn't you give? Get him back. fuck with that?
What's going on, man? I can't help if I don't know what's going on.
Uncle Colton? I think that's what we're going to call it a night.
Fuck. God damn it.
Uncle Colton?
Oh, I was Uncle Colton for a long time, or for at least a couple years. There's a reason that he was hell bent and ready to kill a bunch of dudes just to make him feel better, because he really was angry too.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. This is fucked.
Yeah. Well, when I hand a character like Marv over to Derek,
I'm
Very
hoping you're not disappointed.
You're
no,
welcome for that.
no, I am not. It is a pleasant surprise.
Now,
Spectre, Spectre, you're probably right, given the fact that we have talked about Order of Dracul and
Uh-huh.
the Misi and things underneath houses and ancient vampires, and you're
Yeah.
probably right. It's the
Yeah.
combination of all of that, probably all together.
now, you see, this one's surprisingly simple, surprisingly straightforward. 2 reasons. One, it's first time CJ has ever run into one of my games, right? So, yeah, while it does tie into something else, this is one of those situations where I want to end up seeing, like, all right, you want to know what like how bad a personal hell can be for a touchstone? Yeah, welcome to what happens.
Yeah.
There's 2, right?
This is what
Marv
happens
Marv
when you
is
meddle too much.
Marv is very much primed for this kind of thing. Like he
Yeah.
is
Mhm.
he is built to be heavily defensive. Everything's falling apart. Trying to end up staying true to it, and I'm playing it true to the conviction of the touchstone. Every story that has involved Marv falls within his falls well within his theme, shall I say?
Yeah.
I'd like to think so, anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is voting up. Now, we do experience a little bit differently. Everybody gets 1 for participating. Congratulations, you participation trophy having motherfuckers. All right.
Yay!
The second, third, and fourth bits of experience comes down to the cast members voting on who had pushed the plot, who had the best scene, and who had the best line. But then there's a 5th dot of experience. That 5th dot of experience comes down to you, the voting populace, those who are currently able to end up observing the entire stream, those who are theory crafting, those who are enjoying the game, those who might end up wanting to stick around to end up hearing a part of the story. It has been a fantastic game to end up running for you all, and I'm hoping you're having some fun, some introspection, some trying to piece it all together, and I'm hoping that for the most part you guys are enjoying the entire wild ride. That being said,
I'm loving it.
I'm glad to end up hearing this. All right, so let's.
I hate this shit. I just come back every week.
Yeah, well,
Fuck you.
Look, it wouldn't be the first time my games qualified as domestic abuse. And for like most abuse victims, you keep coming back. I don't know why.
Look, it's all my fault. I'm sorry.
I am a terrible human being, and I acknowledge this. I am a terrible human being. All right. Let's but I'm hoping that everybody had some fun. So let's start off with the voting. Very first one is who pushed the plot. Okay. Well, you got 1, 2, 3 separate votes for 3 different people.
I'm going to vote Omen.
You're voting Omen?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Nope, I'm voting me because I was the reason that we even went to Matthias in the first place.
Yeah, but Omen did the big brain thinking and all that, so.
I'm saying me for, finding Marv's wife and child in the drain.
That's also a very second. Fuck. I don't know.
All of it.
Are you sure that's what's in the drain? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Why not? We'll go with it.
But whatever is acting as his wife and child.
Yep.
At this point, at least.
Or whatever's left of them.
Yeah.
But hey, that's splitting hairs. Much,
Okay, no, those dos. We're not both.
Yeah. Vosges, bringing families together.
Literally.
I'm a terrible human being.
Cute.
All right. So, happy. Sorry, I just saw Spectre's reaction.
Spectre Wi-Fi passworded in the chat.
All right. So, that being said, I think it comes down to Omen. Where's your vote? Because one vote's for you, one vote's for Ruby, one vote's for Adder. You get the deciding factor. And you could be a complete bitch and throw that to Colton and try and make it a 4-way split and hope that the dice land in your favor.
Why not be a team player? Throw him on Colton.
All right. I need to know, high or low?
Pointing at each other.
This is where Volvo has to choose the high or low, though.
Yeah.
He brought this upon us.
All right. High or low?
Let's go high.
Oh.
Ooh.
You're welcome.
Nice.
Look at that. 1 point for everybody. I don't think we've had that literally all session for all of our splits. We have never had that. Congratulations.
No.
Everybody gets a point of experience for that one. Holy shit.
But what it is this the last of his luck for the Rouse checks?
Fair. Let's hope. All right. So,
He's going to Derek dice it all next week.
all
I
right.
hope.
We have who we ended up pushing the plot. Who had the best scene?
Ooh.
I'm throwing mine in there for reaching out to touch the hand.
Well, somebody got touched, that's for sure. Okay, so there's that. We got Adder for a presuming preacher.
Yes, with Preacher. Because I love that man.
I'm
As
hoping you
creepy
like
as he
that
might
little
come
bit of a
across.
mystery. Colton,
Yes.
congratulations. You ended up winning the audience vote tonight.
Ooh.
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 Hot damn. There's a dag.
Yes,
All right.
there's daggers.
Okay. And what are we... So, currently, who ended up having the best scene? We have one for Adder, we have one for Ruby. Colton and Omen, who are you two voting? Power couple is divided at this point. Come on.
Power couple, my ass.
Look, you two have been voting with each other's interest this entire time because, let's be honest, everybody's looking at your characters and they have ended up doing some suggestive fan works, shall we say. So, who am I to deny
Thank you,
what the
Zulu.
We
audience
all
is
ship it. We all ship
Yeah,
it.
we all do.
Yeah. So comes down to Colton and Omen. What are we voting for?
Ow.
I think I'm gonna have to give it to Colton.
Okay, one to Colton. So Colton, it comes down to you. Who?
Why did I get it?
No. Who gets the final vote? Because it's one for Adder, one for Ruby, one.
Vote for me because I know the little bit with Marv was fun, but
So who gets your vote? One Adder, one Ruby, one you. Don't stare into the headlights too long. You'll go blind or get hit.
no, it's Ruby.
Okay. You're going to make it a vote for Ruby? All right. Ruby, congratulations. You get that XP. And so that leaves down to the final one. Who had the best line? And yes, you do have to quote it. If you're going to give points for it, you're going to have to remember it. Adder, what are you giving?
Am I a disappointment?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the line?
Am I a disappointment?
I'm sorry, man. That was just too much of a lamp. It's like, that's a fucking lamp. It's like, am I a disappointment? Yes, but what about the line?
I like how me and you said yes at the exact same moment.
I warned you, I'm a terrible person. Okay.
You're both terrible, and I love you.
Alright.
Look, power couple can't be split for too long, so voting Adder.
Okay. So that's...
Because that line just hurts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it hurts. It hurts. Okay, so that's 2 votes for Adder.
Yeah, I'll give it to Adder.
Adder, you get 3-way. Omen, what's the honorary mention?
I would have to give it to Colton.
What for? What
For
line?
which one?
Honestly, just trying to get him to Marv to confess on what the fuck he did.
Well, what
Man,
makes you think he did anything?
I just got a feeling like you get almost give anything, right?
Yeah, that's a stern possibility.
And technically speaking, if Marv is no longer human, does that mean that Colton can no longer have him as a touchstone?
I haven't decided whether he's human or not. That comes down to your decisions in the near future.
He's giving evidence that he's not human.
I know he is, and I have to be
I'm
careful.
giving clues that potential may exist. I have never made a statement one way or the other.
That's sad.
Remember-
that I'm gonna have to destroy a hospital.
What makes you think the hospital had anything to do with this latest fuck around?
I just want to bring it down upon the lower levels where this happened. No, I'm just kidding.
And you wonder why it is that we end up saying, well, the default answer is violence. Why do you keep treating me like a beatstick? Because the default answer is violence.
I'm sorry.
I don't like it.
Derek, I did have enough XP for the expenditure we talked about.
Fantastic, man. Make a note of it in the chat. We will end up getting through to it. But I don't think we have any breaks in conviction tonight. No stains to settle. So I think we're getting ready. I'm going to end up wishing you all the best. And thank you very much to everybody for participating for another episode of Winnipeg by Night. Thank you all. And we're going to go and raid the director's chair as they're currently on break and about to end up getting into the second portion of their game. I'd like to end up catching up to it. Thank you all very much, and I hope that you all had a fantastic time with us in Winnipeg. Say goodnight, everybody.
Nice.
Right.
What's in the drain?
Daddy, where are you?